Hey, I am back. I took last night off to rest my voice. I actually did I didn't actually do auditions last night, like I said I was. What happened was I just rested, and then I did the few auditions I had to get done today in the morning, well, in the afternoon done. Explaining the whole process is pointless, but yeah, I'm back. My voice is a little better now. I have both of my refreshments here for the night. So, we'll be getting a nice, full stream of this in tonight. It's worth noting that if you are watching... I guess it's... No one's right here right now, so it doesn't really matter. I will say, if you are watching this and it is still between August 20th and 22nd, you should go watch the Vinesauce charity stream instead. Because they're raising money for a good cause. But, yeah. I'll be streaming tonight and tomorrow, probably, if the weather's not terrible and doesn't knock out my equipment, which it really shouldn't, because that's rude. Don't do rude things to me, please. Be nice to me. But yeah, we're here. We're in the middle of case 4. Japanese man's being accused of stabbing a woman in the back. The woman's in a coma. She is not dead. We came back to the scene of the crime to find Herlock, wherever the hell he might be. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Sorry, every time I look at this controller, this Pro Controller, I get annoyed because there's like gamer gunk in it that I can't remove. It like got wedged in the corner, and everything I've tried to put in there to like scrape it out gets caught. And that annoys me very muchly indeed. Anyway, yesterday was fairly uneventful, and today was fairly uneventful. The only thing that happened this week that I didn't talk about was the Pokemon stuff, which looked good. I'm down for it. So I have to show Iris's card to the inspector. oh man. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? Sorry to say that I don't. I'm a very busy man. Wow, I lost the accent. I'm a very busy man. There we go. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here at once! Come on, hand it over! That's for me! Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, an appearance fee. That's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time. Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I am sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. It says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What did you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Oh, the little knife-wielding mustached Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there. On the first floor of that house in the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garideb. John Garideb. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it, you tell her that Gregson says his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then, and long live her ladyship. So he doesn't like being featured in them. Yet he seems really happy that Iris writes the stories and pays him for it. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then, shall we go and see what we could find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. According to Inspector Gregson, this is the house where Mr. Natsume has lodgings. Just across the road from where the incident took place, I see. Must be awful for Soseki-san, getting caught up in something like this in a foreign land. Oops. Officer Wolf, detective, seems okay. Lodgings of Mr. Soseki Natsume, according to the information gleaned from the inspector. Sorry, very tired. Work is tiring me. That doesn't look very Japanese. Also, this room, you can see out the window, even though the windows are bricked up on the outside. May I help you? Yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb? Indeed it would, sir, and who might I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb. Did you see that, Mrs. Sato? There's a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? You only need to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garadeb will see you now. This way. That is a man, alright. Maid. A maid who works in the Garadeb household. Her main duty appears to be standing by Mr. Garadeb's side, pouring tea. Looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased in a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight. What, that old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the General would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's the best place for it. It keeps the bally thing out of my way. So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose. There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, "For distinguished participation." Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. Are those mortar shells? They're enormous! Ah, I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here? Those old things. Couple of little rounds I accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know. Became a bit of a colorful regiment folklore, that incident. You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells? Well, I wouldn't say deliberately, exactly. They're only scrap iron after all, usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come in useful, do you? Useful for what, exactly? Yes, well... Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day while she was dusting. Oh no! Hadn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know. Maybe reconsider throwing them away? Yeah, so this sounds like... This is like the 1890s. It's gotta be. That portrait of Mr. Garadeb is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garadeb as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Oh yes, seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket. Seemed to come back? What do you mean? The chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Wanted to sell him something and came out with that thing. In point of fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. The lion ornament certainly does seem to surplus to surplus to requirements. Sasato-san doesn't really pull her punches, or her throws for that matter. That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked after, though. That old thing? Not much better than rags, really. Oh? Well, that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know? Like 50 years ago. 180. I'm not one for dwelling on the past, me. Would have been gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it? Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. Kill the past. Let the past die. Kill it if you must. That's a full-sized cannon! What's it doing in here? Oh my, it's real! I thought it might be a replica. That old thing? That's a little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, my boy. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garadeb? Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Drives them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging on its... no wonder that huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. Oh god, there's too much to examine. I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garadeb. Do you enjoy reading? Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time in front of the fire than with a jolly good book. Oh, there's a copy of Ranced magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garadeb enjoys the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, too. The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. Ranch. I prefer Ranch magazine. All about ranch dressing and how we should legalize it. Ranch me, Brotendo. Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Maybe let's not, Mrs. Sato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Is that on the floor there? I can't highlight it. That looks like something important. It's Its window looks out over Briar Road where the young woman was attacked. Oh yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Does this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in that pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. It seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Yes, it's quite the crock of shit. Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken, and the crockery is... oh dear, it's in pieces. There's like something pickled up there and that glass is still breaking. It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice. I wonder... perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Yes, probably something like that, but let's not delve in too deeply here. Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that little gleaming What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up? Looks more like someone has half demolished them to me. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. That seems stupid. It is quite the English way. It is a Mr. Garadeb custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute, though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Well, naturally, it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garadeb doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up. How magnanimous of you. What is that on the floor? I want to see. I want to know what's behind the curtain, damn it. Alright, and actually examine him. Good day to you, John Garadeb at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back at the Battle of Maiwan, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and downstairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you imagine. Can't imagine, excuse me. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the 2nd floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stair. Oh, wow, that was Ryunosuke saying that. Yes, it was quite a climb up to... Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the 2nd floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garadeb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I begrudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you go fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ah! Dash it all, woman, be careful! Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands! I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it, living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you are aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all the detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so... no. Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room. It's a bully nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. We got words to look at. About Mr. Natsume, then, Garadeb. About Mr. Natsume, Blister Mister 3 just came out. On, Blaster Master 03. Excuse me. That just came out on the Switch and on other assorted fine consoles the other day. Anyway, if you'll excuse me for just a moment. You have to wait for your thingy. About Mr. yeah, whatever. Please do tell us. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently, then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago, you see. There'd been... Ah! General Joan, do be careful! Oh. My goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh? Why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. Garadeb. Retired army man. He's only 46! What? Who's the landlord of the lodgings rented by the defendant, Mr. Natsume. An old knee injury means he's confined to a chair most of the time. This does not look like a 46-year-old dude. He seemed to have a... yeah, okay. The man had shady written across his sweat-smoked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take that man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time that everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night, but I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Ah. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh, I'd understand that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of this house. Is that correct? That's right, yes. They're both below us on the first floor and street level. Oh, right. In Britain, in Europe, the first floor is the second floor, and the street level ground floor is a separate floor. In America, the ground floor and the first floor are usually the same, and they just have what's it? They just consider them the same thing, and they just go to floor 2 after that. Then how is it you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed. Ah! Please, Joan, be more careful, woman! Oh my goodness, sir, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garadeb household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir, it would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary, then?
Such as?
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well?
Yes? Was there something, then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around the time that's sort of here...
For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing!
Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Do be more careful, woman!
Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Naruhalo. Oh, yes. I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garadeb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been.
Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... Joan, dash it all, what is the matter with you, woman?
Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan?
That's right, Mr. Garadeb. That's right, Mr. Garadeb. What is the matter with these two? It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what? I wish I knew. Mr. Natsume's room. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on?
Why, certainly, just below us on the first floor.
And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak?
Yes, told me Nuts is his name, and asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean.
the fuck do I care?
Don't see why not. Just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if I'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we could speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Oh, that was Ryunosuke saying the previous line. Whoops. Oops! The suite on the top floor of the Garadeb household, occupied by the landlord Garadeb and his wife. The window looks out over the Briar Road below. His wife? What? Is he married to the maid? Small dark room rented by a visiting scholar from the Empire of Japan by the name of Soseki Natsume. Cat. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think. Yes, once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garadeb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. He's probably behind these books. Could you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although, all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. So really, it's just a wall then, isn't it? Why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? Brick it up, baby. I'm afraid I have no idea. Ah! Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on a fit of whimsy. That's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. That desk seems to be wedged into a crevice between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. He loved rubbing that pussy. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from the second-hand bookshop. Your Books. Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it, look. And the date of purchase, 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. Yes, we knew that. Second-hand book receipt has been entered into court record. Second book, enter record. Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe, for me at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. So reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of the tea ceremony philosophy. This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here, too. Coins? Ah, I believe that's a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo. A gas meter? Yes, it seems there's piped gas in this district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. So if we were to put a coin in the slot, that would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas to fire for the whole night. So if you're too poor to have a coin, you have to spend the night in dark and freezing cold. That's right, as would a rich man who only carried crisp white notes. Brr. London is a scary place that prayed to the fiery hell. Partial. Oh, there he is. There's old fuckboy. I never finished Chrono Cross, but I love how that game, it's the same dialogue for all party members, but they slightly change the accents on the characters to, like, make them all unique, and Partial would, like, it would be like the TH for all the S sounds, because he's a dog. That prayed to the fiery hell. And it's like, you're supposed to bring someone a lot more experienced to that, and instead you bring the fucking dog. Alright, lucky cat. Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word! Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Yeah, I've noticed that Sasato was just able to respond to his inner thoughts. Like, it's happened multiple times in the last 2 cases. It is quite funny. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrawled all over them. In English. Looks like the waste paper basket is so full they've just fallen out. I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess. I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth. Aww. Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. Ugh. It was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. Yeah, we were also on sea for like a month and a half. There he is. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Aha, there he is. Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, you two, good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Burya. Yes, of course, the Burya. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh. Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. Oh, I have my Steam thing on. That's weird. Oh, because I bought Killer 7 today. Which I'll probably stream at some point. And also, I don't have any activity on my Steam like feed anymore. I don't know what's going on there. How do I log out of this? So sign out. Yeah, I don't usually keep my Steam thing on because it's pointless. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr... Oh, no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on the superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. You know what, that's better than saying brain meat. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Susato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. You know, he's good about it. He's not afraid to admit that his deductions are off the mark, which is nice. He could just be a complete, like, dick about it the whole time. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of the past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can extend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom. You know, from an adventure titled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression! My dear madam, I shall be only too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss this murky case. There. Mr. Naruhodo, please. Despite aspersions to the contrary, I am a professional. If I'm to unleash my deductive powers on that trinket, I must ask for a sum of £3 in cash. Oh, I don't need you to make any deductions about it. I was just wondering if you might know. Mr. Naruhodo, as a professional, I insist that if I am to offer my opinion on that trinket, I must ask for a sum of £3 in cash. I believe Mr. Sholmes has eyed an expensive copy of the complete works of Shakespeare. Yes, to stand on the stage amid rapturous applause. It has long been a dream of mine, you know? I literally had no idea. Have you seen this, Mr. Sholmes? Shh, I must have silence. It is of the first importance of when I am in the throes of deduction that nothing irrelevant distracts me. Oh, sorry. Cloudy changing to fair, perhaps. You were in the throes of deducing the weather? Ah, the receipt for the books our stooped Japanese friend purchased. I uncovered that yesterday morning. A marvelous find, wouldn't you agree? Oh, yes, the work of a truly great detective. What a scatterbrained individual he must have been to have left behind. Curiously, there was no mention of this publication on the receipt. Odd when you consider how fascinating it is. You mean not everyone in London buys Rance magazine every time they visit a shop? Yes, odd indeed. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, how expertly you slipped that into the conversation. Ah, I'm glad you agree. Detective stories can be great works of literature too, my dear fellow. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Sasato-san I can't believe he was looking Sasato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as though the pair of you are under some sort of misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. Sorry. But that doesn't make any sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard had made the following request to me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there's a receipt around here somewhere from that establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I find myself quite lost in bibliophily. Do not be deceived into believing that I'm a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear. Tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garadeb, a retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those of the precarious boundary between middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in this situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garadeb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not he imposes it in the circumstances of this case, I am yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. The dingy room. My dinghy! This room is thoroughly suffocating to the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. But sooner or later, as I said... Inflection on that was wrong. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there's a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. While the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings, such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. But it appears so. I've done a little digging. and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, didn't you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized. And so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention, but there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there were witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of any relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garadeb is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garadeb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, so true. To be or not to be? That is indeed the question, Mr. Naruhodo. To be or not to be brushed off, that is the real question, and the answer is all too clear here. Let's leave Mr. Sholmes in peace, shall we? Ah, you pair again. Tell me, what was the detective chap? I forget his name. Still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Ah, yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't it really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me what— For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch where the bally you're well doing? British. Pip cheerio. I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much of a chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out? According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadeb is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem to be open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Huh. I mean, I guess we're done here. Oh. Ah, what's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes? Aha, we meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Sherlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever are you doing over by the window? I am given to watch on the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye on one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so. There is just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Garadeb, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! That old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly... How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. And I know only all too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. His Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. And thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? For a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. A furtive glance, Mr. Garadeb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast has run rampant here is revealed by the lion statue. Yes, though an armored man, you appear to be unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts.
What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, you had to have a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance at your direction. It is. Your dress pocket gave us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Oh! Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garadeb. At Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Rampaging Asiatic lion. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garadeb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blight pose, you distress this loss has caused you is this distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man. I simply... But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. I just realized that the other half of his face is probably burnt. And we only need to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given risen to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has been a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I can go for some cake right now. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks on the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Carpet gnawed on by the starving lion. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Jolly good. Ah, what is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me!
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrideb. I'm afraid I didn't notice.
My deductions can be startlingly sharp. Startlingly. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too.
Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but can I make an observation?
Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Again.
Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size?
Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense.
Wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? Wait. Oh, inside. Okay, I got really confused there. But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrideb and his maid would have been hurt, or worse.
Ah, that's where you're stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said you sold the lion to... I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus.
And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea.
Ah, my dear Mrs. Sato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on the great British soil, they're infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea.
Oh, what a glorious notion! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it.
Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo.
We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least that's what I want to believe.
Let us start again. From the beginning of Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular.
I'm gonna take this time to take a sip of drink since I don't reread it. Lion statue. I really didn't see that lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garrideb's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature, at least. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? We must follow Mr. Garrideb's glaze. What will lead us to the true answer? But these are shells for the cannon, are they? What a strange place to keep them. I imagine they have some significance to Mr. Garrideb from his time in the army. Ah, of course! He mentioned a battle to us before, didn't he? Do you remember? He said he'd been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of these that hit him. If around that size hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of it. Or Mr. Garrideb, for that matter. Mr. Sholmes has a Persian slipper. And this man has spent shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece. Well, this is the lion statue that Mr. Sholmes picked out. Yes, I wonder. Perhaps if you did live with a lion, it would prove to be a rather sweet companion. I think. That's like a mouse trying to tell its family that the cat around the house is sweet. suppose it is a bit of a flight of fancy, isn't it? Anyway, the beast we're looking for is something else. Let's have a good look around. Photograph frame. What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garadeb's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. It's the maid! No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I thought there was like a dog paw there for a second. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply here. This must have been while Mr. Garadeb was still in the army. He seems to be carrying his rather stout bride effortlessly, and beaming a smile at the same time. I suppose he was very strong in his younger years. Hard to imagine now, he's as thin as a rake. The glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all. But no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Oh look, have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. Looks like some sort of embellished sunflower.
Take that!
The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garadeb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be a stretching it a point. Too late, the fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garadeb. Yah! The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but as plain with one glance in your direction. Okay, yeah. Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue to the beast's current whereabouts. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Garadeb anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garadeb's wife could be. So I'm guessing that it's her, and it's just, you know... Oh, look, he's got that big slap mark on his face. I'm guessing that she's just... they're hiding it so that they could look like they're a bit higher class than they actually are. What a charming little teapot, and it's in pristine condition. Joan has been pouring some deliciously fragrant tea from it for Mr. Garadeb, hasn't she? Well, not so much for Mr. Garadeb, as much as it is on Mr. Garadeb, wouldn't you say? I wouldn't dream of drawing attention to it. Too tightly shut eyes to even avoid the chance of a giveaway glance. Pursed lips to prevent any secrets from slipping out. Rounded cheeks to deflect any abuse that might be hurled her way. Yes, this is an unnervingly powerful woman, Mrs. Sato. It's your turn of phrase that's unnerving, Mr. Naruhodo. Nothing there. There's nothing up my sleeve. I'm yawning. I don't know why. That certainly does appear to be a circus handbill poking out from her pocket. Baddie's Circus, currently performing shows in a park not far from here. You don't think... Surely Mr. Garadeb didn't sell his wife to the circus? Mr. Naruhodo, how could you even think such a thing? I was only joking. Besides, I would have gone with, do you think he fed her to his pet lion? That's somehow worse.
Take that!
I'm not even sure if I should voice this. Okay, I won't read it then. It's impossible to believe it could be true, yet for some reason the thought came into my mind that the serving maid is in fact a mighty goddess of destruction. What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo? Just following the natural progression of the deduction. Sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is, you do not have a turn for observation or deduction. Did that hurt? Yes, a lot. We've already established who it was that caused all the damage in this room. Yes, Mr. Garadeb's wife. It's just a question of finding out where she is now. But it's her! It's the maid! For some reason, I feel as though she's very nearby. I just need the evidence to prove it. Or she's hiding behind the, She's hiding behind the curtain over there. I mean, excuse me, the only thing left is the teapot. No. Years ago, I read about a pot like this in a book. It was an old Arabian tale. Inside the pot was a genie who, once unleashed, wielded the power to destroy the whole world. What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo? Ass. I'm not a fan of the camera during this, because it doesn't work the way I want it to. I don't get it. There's only 3 spots to check. And the pocket was already listed. If I could get it into view again, there we go.
Take that!
You're quite concentrating. You've identified exactly what I did originally. Oh yes, so I have. Sorry. Well, I do understand. As imitable as I am, people do like to try. But you won't make a great detective like that. Not even a great detective's assistant. An assistant's assistant, then? Alright, I'll think again. What the fuck? Where else can I observe here? I don't get what I'm looking for. I don't know. Oh! Fuck. She's wearing a very large ring, look. Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. Looks like it's only on there for life, too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger of that size. That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know Mr. Garadeb's wife in the photograph had a very much like this one? There's a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory for these things. We just saw it a minute ago. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it?
Take that!
Look up. Gotta look up. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Oh! Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown in the hand of Mr. Garadev's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Garadeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my word! Word up, boy. Well, jolly fine deducting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is my wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally corker back. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considerate opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garadeb as his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garadeb? Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please! The raging wife of Mr. Garadeb. Solved. Now, Mr. Garadeb. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Well, yes, his wife. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garadeb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. Mrs. Garadeb is standing right beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm seems to be propping up his head? Has some other significance, then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadeb's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? We already know. It's his slapped cheek. Oh my, look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something, and clearly made by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Garadeb has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I say.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Joan Garadeb? Well, yes. You've been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ah! How the blazes! How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of my observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garrideb to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer.
Pile of bills.
Didn't Mr. Sholmes say the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garrideb's wife. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that hard question myself. I don't know why I said hard question. There are a lot of books stacked up on the shelf here. Look, all novels that I've never heard of. It appears somebody's purchased them all from a secondhand bookshop. I think Mr. Garrideb is something of a book lover. Looking at all these bills, it certainly amounts to a great deal of food. Meat and potatoes by the cartload, wasn't it? Well, looking at the two of them, you could tell immediately who eats the lion's share in this household. Well, at least we're no longer talking about an actual lion anymore. Oh dear, this plate has been smashed to pieces, and nobody seems inclined to tidy up the mess. Perhaps it's some sort of high art. Really, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, anyone who has a cannon on display in their living room is clearly a little eccentric. Yes, let's call it eccentricity. Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here. Look. Mr. Garrideb is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Bookmarks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Sasato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Lenote.
Take that!
Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is in the fly in the ointment here. Ah! But I don't know the bally woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right, that's what I've been saying. Ah! A likely story. Listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place, and that note must have already been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been saying! A likely story, for heaven's sake, woman. Look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John. A likely story? Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Tower of Cakes, okay. But surely Miss Garrideb didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mr. Garrideb's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes. One second. Getting tired, actually. Not good. Whoops, I accidentally refreshed my whole stream. Whoops, whoopsie doodle. Whoopsie doodles! Alright, one second. So many cakes. Is that all you could think about? Well, look at them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's a mountain of them, and they all look so delicious. It's more of a tower than a mountain, I'd say. It's a mountain, and it's my hope that one day in our very homeland, I'll be able to perform the tea ceremony at the foot of such a mountain. It is definitely a tower. This is an advertising bill for the circus. Batty's Circus. It's in a nearby park. Isn't this the same as the one we saw earlier? The one that was folded up in Miss Garrideb's pocket? Perhaps they're very great circus lovers? I like clowns. It couldn't be that Hungry Lion is somehow involved again here, could it? Oh dear, I hope not. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It isn't. Don't call me Shirley. Looks like to me, like even the slightest knock might make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one of the 3 candles missing from the holder? Ah, that's the missing candle on the floor. The carpet here's been ripped to shreds. Yes, and according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you could see scorch marks. Oh yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's rethink this and what we had in mind. Well, I mean, obviously, there's a candle right there. Why can't I look at the candle? Yeah, I've said that before, but I like clowns. I think they're fun. People get scared of them, and apparently that's only an American thing. I think anyone who could go out there, costume themselves up, and make people laugh for a living is definitely doing a good thing. I don't know why people would be afraid of them and be upset by them. Whatever.
Take that!
Jesters were good too. I'm also not ragging anyone who legitimately are scared of them. I worked with someone who was quite scared of them, actually. And then there was one living in his apartment building, apparently. But yeah. I don't know. I mean, whatever. It is what it is, even if it is American. It's exclusive to America. Yes, to explain that dire state of the carpet, we need only to look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed, they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Garrideb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face,
but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room was in flames. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow, so as you see, there's but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sir, I salute you! Carpet scorched by a small fire. Solved. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of a fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of that one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt description. Here we go again. And the carpet, was that destroyed by a fire when the candle flamed? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Oh, that's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Over here, Mr. Garrideb? Well, you have nothing more to hide now. If you allow me. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books, incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of that ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage, flames everywhere, and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think. So at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Oh, really? I've been here for 2 hours. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? Nothing, he said it wouldn't from the beginning. I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset.
I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories. Those relevant to the case, and those not. Just like people who can read binary. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours of the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? If we were to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. We gotta book it, buddy. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garadeb. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Soseki-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I'm afraid it's supper time now. I'll have to ask you to leave. Oh yes, I'm sorry. If we linger too long, Mrs. Garadeb will start pouring tea again. No one wants that. Alright, shall we go then? No doubt Soseki-san is beside himself in the cell, waiting for us to return. I can't afford to spend any longer making up my mind. We haven't visited this place in a while, have we? See, it's weird, this gave away the fact that he had a wife to begin with. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a car... Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garadeb's house. What? Whomst of the fuck is this? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Are you calling an old man, you rum-looking niminy-pininy? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fellow, eh? What are you on about? Excuse me? What the... Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. A lawyer? What? If I could be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Fine, I'll be on my way for today. But you mark my words. This ain't over yet. Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? Whomst of the fuck is these people? I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. What was all that about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here, in the Garadeb residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garadeb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? Ugh. This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, a more worthy polemist in my battle words neither could be. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentlemen. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. I don't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. Seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. That's the man who did it. With Soseki-san and that man in his lodgers, the Garadeb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. This man, he's tweaked out of his fucking mind. Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. We're so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese. Alright, oh now let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, it is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. It's you! The miserable, rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Airlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home, to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, and cost me not a penny. Ah, you! How dare you! Herlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned! What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean? And there's much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Curse is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings. And indeed, for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Wow, we found next to nothing here. We found this receipt in your room, Mr. Natsume. That's right. I went out to buy some new old books. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? And it was on your way back to the room that you saw the woman being stabbed? She's dead, I thought to myself. She's dead! My mind went completely blank. And before I knew it, I was back in my room, trembling like a leaf. The bookworm hoping to worm his way out of a bad situation? Mr. Naruhodo, please do be careful not to think such disparaging thoughts. How could you possibly know? Mr. Natsume, would you take a look at this end? Oh, the joy, the sheer joy of a gift from my fellow countrymen. The complete kindness of Kit and Kyun. Breaks door open with bread in mouth. Oh no, I'm late for your stream. Hey, sour cream. Yeah, I've been going for about 2 hours. I've still got another hour and a half in me. Meowdy. Oh no, sorry, I just wanted to show you. The complete cruelty of Kit and Kin! Oops. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you just said now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. I am not saying that. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Fine. Oh, Onwe Sans, ooh woo. That's a shame what that site's being fucked into doing. It's not their fault either. I know for a fact it ain't OnlyFans' fault that that's happening. It's bullshit puritanicalism. As a well-meaning streamer, I of course support all sex work, legal or otherwise. As long as it's all consenting. Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? They're getting forced to like stop all explicit adult material on the site because both the credit payment systems and the credit card companies are like threatening them. And it's like they literally have no choice. So they either have to give up the site entirely or rework it, and it's total bullshit. The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me! Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yeah, canceling a whole job because of money, exactly. There you go. Just because the people in charge, it's because they were... The credit card companies were apparently contacted... What the fuck? I just have like a random, like, bungee string in here. Were contacted by a group who was offended, and the group is like a bunch of right-wing bullshitters. And it's like, wow, what a shock. Hold on. Oh, I can't push that in there. Shit. I have this little tab that I'm going to put in my Vital Bracelet that matches the color of it and apparently sticks a lot better than the tab that it comes with. And I was trying to see if I can maybe get the edge of the gunk in my controller out. No, that shit's like really far in there. It's been there for months. Who the one being offended? No, it's like a right-wing group. I don't know. They're like overly puritanic Christian people. Whatever. Shit sucks. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper, but then after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. Mcgild did. What? Ah, I'm impressed, Mrs. Sato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes. Surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. Yeah, no, it's not just people who are Christian or Catholic, it's people who are like... It's white supremacists, essentially. Like, that's what it boils down to. That's how America works. It's unfortunate. Yeah, they are. I was raised Catholic. I don't know if I really subscribe to anything, though, in terms of religion anymore. Whatever. Yeah, that's what we want to talk about on stream, religion. You have served some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is.
Of course he is, then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis.
What on earth do you mean by that? The Rapper. Now Sholmes is a himbo. Yeah, he is. Now Sholmes! That's a himbo I can trust.
Van Zieks is a quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good.
Soseki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy.
As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury.
Hashtag Himbo Sholmes 2021.
The judge officiates based on the letter of law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system, whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated.
Right.
Criminals, and corrupt lawyers for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who want to are able to sway the jury.
Sorry, late, had to work, didn't get a chance to today. Oh, workout. Yeah, it's all good. Thank you for stopping by, I appreciate it. I had like a bot, like one of those fucking awful, like, automated bots that have been going around lately. Fucking with people's streams, try to follow me, and I, like, immediately blocked them. I was like, yeah, I'm not even taking a look there. There's very much a name that is blockable. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, it is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright.
However, those indicated by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed.
Oh my.
Though the adjudication may see them to leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months, they all disappear. It is most striking.
Disappear? But how?
By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen.
Oh, no. Oh, you got your Stream Deck XL? Nice! I've seen a few people talking about the Stream Deck lately, and it does seem very cool. I don't think I necessarily have need for it. And then you have someone like Germa who needs professional equipment to film himself in a dollhouse for 8 hours. I need to see my... Wait, what? I need to see my double Sholmes glasses because I can't see the amount of bullshit. 10 points if you get the meme. I do not.
All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm... dead. Dodo, done for, doomed!
Excuse me. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garadeb's house, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed?
It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself.
My man is having a breakdown 24/7, I feel bad. He's just paranoid. He's a paranoid parrot, like me. Just wanted one because it's not only helps with your stream, but makes your life easier. Interesting. I guess we'll see how well my webcam stream goes tomorrow. I haven't done one of those in a while. Also a cute bird. Stop. That didn't take long then.
Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away.
You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? It seemed a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed. Oops." Saw an ominous-looking butterfly dead in the street. Ooh. Sorry for what? He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. If you have something to but if not, don't mention it in the first place." Destroyer's a cool bean. Yeah, he is. Put the cookie down, now! I love Jingle All the Way. Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean... Oh, you mean the room really is cursed, then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. That's what you wanted. Hey, no problem. And I wake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. Jiraiya! That was terrible. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really, no one at all. To believe, yes, to believe. Gonna take a quick bathroom break after this, because this is obviously the climax of the pre-trial. Mr. Sholmes. Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Burya, if you recall. The Burya. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Well, yes, even if the snake wasn't really a part of it. At that time, I was the sus. Fuck. It's like Mr. Crocker took LSD, yeah. Japanese Mr. Crocker, who looks British. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me? I see, yes. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. Oh, surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor that in which you were telling me. Nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. Ha 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 ha! In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Ooh. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I've finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon I have available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Mrs. Sato. They really do treat the investigations in this game as like whole cases, essentially. Like whole court days. I know that's kind of been the norm for like a lot of the recent well, honestly not I guess it kind of is. But with the whole logic and reasoning thing, they definitely fleshed out the investigation portions of this game, and as a result, I believe all the courtroom things are a bit shorter. Or at least they're balanced more evenly. Mrs. Sato? Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Fuck no. Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him. To fight in his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Whew. Damn, dude. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh god, I'm gonna get all of them, aren't I? It's all gonna be coming in. Actually, you know what? This is the perfect time, because I have to use the bathroom. So, enjoy your gift subs from Destroyer of Ham. Thank you. I will be back in just a minute.
Oh, baby, a triple. Yeah, you're tied for first now. Have you watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine? No, I have not. I have not watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Excuse me. But yeah, thank you. Again, it's definitely not necessary, but I very much appreciate it. Any payouts I get from Twitch right now go right to charity. I'm pretty well off in terms of money. The only way I would see that changing is if I actually became like a partner somehow, which, you know, that's the odds of that happening are near zero. And I actually started like living off the Twitch subs. Even then, though, it depends on like if it was enough to actually like make a living off of it, which it requires quite a few hundred subs for that to even be close. Not even 100, it's over 1,000, definitely. Given what I'm earning right now at my job. But yeah, I'm well off, so I appreciate it. It's definitely not necessary. No one ever has to toss money my way. First isn't good enough. Don't. All right, here. Wait, before you do anything, I'm going to just. Damn it. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm sure. I don't even know who. Melly RN. Who is that? It's over 9,000. It's over 9,000. I don't remember Melly. But no, really, again, I'm going to say this because there's people here. Right now and through Sunday, the Vine Sauce charity stream is going on at twitch.tv/ I believe it's Vine Sauce's Hope. Just gives it to random people. It's all people that have been subbed before or have been in my chat before, though. I know that. It's interesting how that works. So, where is it? Is it not going on? Oh, it must be over for the day. Oh shit. Or maybe I'm not following the channel. Hold on. Maybe it's now the Varieties Hope channel, because it's not really Vine Sauce anymore. I mean, it is, but it isn't. Yeah, oh, they must be done for the day. You want to unfollow? Okay, yeah, they're done for the day. But tomorrow and Sunday they are streaming. They're raising money. It's not Vsauce, it's Vine Sauce on Twitch. They're raising money for the PCRF Pediatric Cancer Research Foundation. Give a sub to Streamlab. No, don't ask him to give subs out. We don't want to fish for subs here. They're raising money for Pediatric Cancer Research Foundation. They're doing variety streams. It's all for a very great cause. They're all very talented people. They are going to be streaming all day tomorrow and Sunday. So I highly recommend going to watch their streams. I'm not going to stream Sunday, so I'm going to be watching that. Tomorrow I am going to be doing streams in the afternoon, though. I'll be here around about 12 hours from now, 13 hours from now. And I'll just be streaming some webcam stuff, just Legos, really. I'm going to be building a set that I have had sitting in my room for 2 weeks now. And maybe I'll do something else. We'll see. But yeah, it's going to be fun, but I also highly recommend going to the charity stream instead and throwing them some money, time and or money if possible. You should follow them. They're great people. It's an interesting channel. Like, it used to just be used for the charity stream, and now it kind of gets used around the year for other stuff. And I don't really know how. It's weird because like it started as part of the Vine Sauce community, and even though they're still heavily involved in it, they kind of like split it off into its own thing. I would love to do work with them someday if my streaming ability ever reaches that level, but I don't think that's ever going to happen, so who cares. Anyway. Yeah, follow Vine Sauce. Ah! Vinny makes funny noises. He's the main guy in Vine Sauce, and he's the funny pizza pasta man. He makes great noises. He doesn't, one sec, want to add a button automatically to go to your channel. He makes the funny noises. He does the funny wahoo noises. Oh fuck, I accidentally loaded my whole stream again. Okay, there we go. Anyway, 20th February, 9:23 a.m., the Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We're on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. Maybe addicted to my squawking? Don't say that. That's weird. And in order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. I feel you'd get a kick if I got a VTuber model. Which I don't have. Right now I just have the Borb. Why does it interrupt the sound when I do that? That's weird. And yes, it's the same Borb that shows up in my stream uploads on my thing. No, not squawking. Squawk-ting? Oh, like acting. Yeah. Yeah, squawk acting is what I called it. Button set. Oh, no. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may as well be his or it may well be his or oh boy. For the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Yeet! Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Mr. Natsume. What do I use to stream? Good morning. In terms of equipment, I have, for microphone, I have an Audio-Technica AT2020 XLR mic plugged into a Focusrite Scarlett Solo audio interface. I use OBS Studio, currently on version 27.0.0, 64-bit Windows. And I have, when I stream from the Switch, and soon the GameCube, well, not GameCube, the Wii/GameCube, I use an Elgato HD 60S, which is alright, but again, it had some audio issues. And then I use, you're using Streamlabs OBS, and I use Streamlabs for notifications. Streamlabs OBS I started using last year, when I found out about Streamlabs in general, and it worked for a while. Then something happened where it kept cutting out when I was streaming in the middle of it. It would stop recording and would just cause like huge glitches and issues. It would stop streaming, stop recording, and I wouldn't know. And it would like glitch the actual videos I was recording, so it didn't work right. And then I was essentially told by someone that works on OBS Plane that they were like, oh, just switch back to OBS because we have all the Streamlabs integrations automatically now. So even though you see like the Streamlabs stuff pop up on my screen, that's all just being routed through OBS. That's not being routed through Streamlabs OBS because apparently their program is kind of unstable. The fact that it's not even up to version 1 probably is attesting to that. But yeah, I've had my share of stream problems the last year. Again, streaming is 70% troubleshooting, 30% stream. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. You'll switch soon. There is a way to import all the scenes from Streamlabs OBS into OBS Regular, which, by the way, I'm not using OBS Studio, I'm using OBS Regular. I don't know if there's a difference between them. Oh no, it is OBS Studio. Never mind. There is a way to import all your scenes and stuff into it, but I also think that it kind of resizes everything, so you have to reset everything to the proper screen size. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink! Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, I had no guidance going into it, and I just did it, and it worked. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Wow, his eyes are red. They actually did, like, change the color of his eyes for this. Holy shit, that's intimidating looking. Not intimidating, it's just sad. I don't know why I said intimidating. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. You have a button to bleep yourself out? Oh, that's cool. Also, one of these days, I'm going to use the squawk acting and rickroll your whole viewers. I'm not reading it if you rickroll me. I reserve the right not to read anything submitted through squawk acting. I believe I've said that right in the thing, the Madoogie. Squawk acting. How do I request I say something, anything? Could be a noise, a quote, or something random. You could request it be done in any voice. Request deemed inappropriate, offensive will be ignored. And what is appropriate is my discretion entirely. Yeah. Also, I don't like singing. I wish I had done, lies. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. How's our nights going? My night is going pretty well. Today actually ended on a pretty decent note, and I'm feeling mild, to say the least. For sour cream, it's not night, it's the middle of the day. They are very, very far east from us. Wait, you're doing horribly, what's wrong? I can't do this, I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know where that might be, Mrs. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence, then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Whoa, excuse me. Your bike is broken, you had some intrusive thoughts, but other than that, you're good. Hey, to be fair, intrusive thoughts happen to everyone. Don't let it get you down, as long as you don't act on them. My bike got stolen. I used to ride it to the train station in town when I would go to college. And, one day I tied it up, and when I came back, it was just gone. And that's bullshit, because there are other bikes there that have been there for years that no one has bothered taking. You broke your left wrist when you were working out? Damn. Or was it not when you were working out? My friend did that once. He punched, like a cushion that he had on the wall. And it was so hard it broke his wrist for some reason. Your nail is peeling. That's not good. Lord Van Zeeks. Is that right, Mrs. Sato? Get my mic down just a tad. I purchased many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey. He stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, did he? The bag moved in straight into the wall into your wrist. Oof. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus Mcgilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to me a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us! Clip the peeling skin, it's bleeding a little but good. Oh, yeah, I get that with the dead skin around the nail. I hope your wrist gets better, Ham. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Why am I not reading it in his voice? That's not terrible, it's only 4 weeks. That's not too bad. Like, my friend was in a cast for about 2 months. Whoops. There's not a person in the world who hasn't heard of this famous great detective. Not a person except me, apparently. Oh, look. Her name's here now. 38. Wow, she's in her 30s. I hate how these people look like they're like in their like 50s. And it says they're 33. This guy's younger than me by a year. It annoys me. I'm not happy with that. But then you also have Herlock, who's my age, and he looks like a young, handsome devil. Poses the household may merely keep up appearances in the neighborhood. She has a fierce temper and tends to get rather physical. Yes, I agree. I'm surprised that something can last long within my reach. Even my fam says so. Oh, no, you have a curse, too. You break things. I don't know why my hot chocolate tasted like coffee. Was it coffee? Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you! Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid there's really only I'm afraid there's only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Please tell me they're not gonna make that looks like a child but they're over 80 years old cliche. No, they did the opposite. They straight up leaned into the went full tilt with Iris only being 10. But she also writes the stories under the name James Watson. So people think she's like a 50-year-old man. Forgot to take an old pod out of your Keurig. Oh. I had issues with my Keurig a few months ago. Like, it wouldn't puncture the cup, and it made a lot of issues. And I had, like, a chai packet, which doesn't warm up the same way. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. A Keurig, it's a machine that makes coffee with these little pods in it. You put the pod in, and it just pours the hot water over the coffee. Or if it's like hot chocolate or vanilla chai, it'll like just be powder, and the powder will come out of the hole you puncture in it. It's made for making like a single cup of coffee, and unfortunately it's very wasteful. The plastic from the Keurigs are very, very wasteful. Yeah. Got this $50 one at Walmart. I'm using my mother's, and I don't know. It's like a Keurig like 2. It's not super advanced, but it's also not the best one out there. Yeah. Well, Keurig is the brand name. It's not actually... that's not what it's just a coffee brew. Like, they refer to it as like a pod coffee brewer, I guess. The whole thing is that it makes a single cup of coffee at a time, which is great for customizing, but again, it's very wasteful. Yeah, K-Cup. Reusable K-Cup. Oh, you have, like, the one that you could put the grounds in. Yeah, we have that, too. But my mom also buys, the whole boxes of the coffee. And while I do enjoy it, it is a lot of garbage. Yeah, I think our Keurig came with that. We have it. We just never use it, because I don't have a coffee grinder. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London, and with little in the ways of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the biddle... Oh, God damn it, that's the second time I made that same mistake with that word. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquires. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. You want a plushie of my character? There's a way to get custom plushies, and I do have one that someone made me a long time ago. It's a little tiny plushie. It's like a flat one. And it's in a weird shape. That said, one of my close friends who's local to me. Their name is Lisa Puppets on Twitch. And I believe they go by their full name, Lisa Bober, on Twitter. They are a professional puppet maker, and I mean like Jim Henson quality professional. They are working for like a big studio right now, and they may at some point be making something for me. But I still have to work out a lot of issues with that. It's a very long-term project, but if it happens, that would be amazing. All right then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! The only regular pods you buy are the Cinnabon ones. Oh man, I should get those myself. I love Cinnabon. You'll follow them? Oh, you follow Lisa Puppets? To be fair, they have not streamed in a while. Their new job is kind of keeping them away from streaming, but they are very good at what they do. Also, they stream at different hours than I do, so you might not be awake when they're streaming. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom, and my second trial against the Reaper. They warned me the devil would be attractive. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I mean, to be fair, your last client was a fucking skis ball, so... I believe I could do this now. I'm ready for this fight. That's good. They have an enjoyable job. It's cool. Yeah, I think they're gonna resume... I actually think they're resuming streaming tomorrow. Like, or today, rather. Because it is Saturday now, yeah. 2:21 a.m. 20th February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. 2:20... Oh, you're exactly 12 hours ahead. That's actually very, very good for doing time things. So yeah, when I'm streaming, what the time for you when I'm streaming, it's like 12 p.m. till 3 p.m. Where I am, it's midnight to 3 a.m. usually. Maybe a little earlier or later. I usually go to like later past 3 a.m. now. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. That probably means you won't be able to come to my day stream later. I'm going to be streaming at your time about 3 a.m. until about 8 a.m. Maybe later, depending on how long it takes me to build the Lego set. But you'll see it uploaded to YouTube, don't worry. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are truly a fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I demand you to shut the heck up. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose? Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Can't survive that long in times for stream at night, yeah. To be fair, I wish I could start sooner. I get off work at 10 p.m. And I usually start streaming around midnight because it just takes that long for me to unwind and get things ready. There are cases where I have started streaming at like 10:30, 11, but they are very few and far between. And I can't go past 4 because it's just, at that point, I'm going to wake people up. Even on Saturday when people sleep until like 8 or 9. Which, again, that's late. That's early for me. I sleep till like noon usually, because I work from 1:30 till 10. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate, violent end. I used to wake up at 5 a.m. on the dot. I had to do that for a while at my job, when I was still rotating schedules and also getting used to my new position, but thankfully that changed, and now I work the latest shift possible. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know what might be down your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Fair play? She's new. And I must warn you, I'm more rather ruthless than I appear. Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I've seen him before, too. That's not the haberdasher, is it? Take a guess, what do you think I do for work? Something physical. Load docks? Dock loader? I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that Mustache Warner did the deed. Oh, God. Mrs. Gestra, blah, blah, blah. What are you doing here? What's your name again? Garadeb. Joan Garadeb. Concrete Man. Details of the man are not forthcoming. You work at a dog daycare. Wow. Wouldn't have expected that. Come now. What are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused of the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes... Nice! It's Umi Goya playing Mr. Drilland. That's my friend, isn't it? Hold on. Wait, is that the person I'm thinking of? What? Is she playing? Oh, she's playing Famicom Online. I don't know what game that is. Wait, did he disappear? No, he didn't. Yeah, that's him, alright. That's my friend. Cool. And Sean's still streaming Fuga right now. I want to get back to that game when I finish this. I think what I'm going to do is, once I beat this game next week, but which doesn't count Resolve. Resolve I'm going to stream at a separate point. I'm going to stream the rest of Fuga, and then before I go back to World Ends With You, I'm going to stream some more Metroid stuff. And also my stream anniversary is coming up. Oh man, that's in 2 weeks from next Tuesday, I believe. So I'm going to have to start a Mana game, too. And then No More Heroes 3 comes out next week, which I'm probably not getting it right away, but I don't know. But yeah, it'll be 5 years of me streaming in another 2 weeks and 3 days, I believe. Is it the 7th? It might be the 6th, so it might be a day less. I thought it was the 5th. It is not. It is absolutely not the 5th. Welcome back. While the country has extended its foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. Knife crime. I can tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Yeah, because you were involved in one. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come now, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Let me tell you about EA. They suck, yeah. I want to do a modern Minecraft series. You know, I keep telling myself I want to get Minecraft on Switch, just because I have friends that still play it, like, regularly. But, I just can't bring myself to buy it, because I know I don't have time for it. That's the same reason I don't play Final Fantasy XIV. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Those are the new jury. And by new, some of them are not new at all, because, the first guy is the witness from the first case, and the fourth woman is the woman we just saw in the last investigation. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. There he is, still holding his fish and chips. Loaded, and I both planned on streaming it. Nice. Oh, that comma was a mistake. You mean loaded shell. And you were both planning on streaming it. Nice. I haven't seen them lately. How are they doing? Your name and occupation, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson. What the fuck was that accent? Oh my god, that was another Russian accent. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. Loaded is doing fine, just hasn't been streaming much, just got a new job. Ain't that how it is? If anything, I'd say my job got me to stream more. Well, no, it was the lockdown that got me to stream more. No, not even that. Well, the lockdown did help, but, playing Somnium Files at the beginning of last year definitely got me back into streaming after, like, a very spotty hiatus. That I had to take, like, multiple times because of the new position at work. But, I anticipate at some point in the future I might have to change my stream hours, move them back a bit. Or maybe I'll get more time to stream, who knows? Who knows what'll happen in the future. It was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. So if I could ask everyone to take a look at the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement, running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare with horse-drawn vehicles. 4 horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing, as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Oh, she's cute. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her. Of course. If one of them gets hurt, is it an injury? Yes. This is the case file with everything we need to know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. While continuing an overview of the case and details about the victim, she was found with a knife in her back and is currently in the hospital, yet to regain consciousness. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have it right here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. A large but commonplace folding knife. It was found lodged in the victim's back. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. To imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I know you can't hear it, but I played the badum tish sound effect. If I get a stream deck, I will add that to it. I will add so many fun sound effects to the stream deck, if I got one. I don't have room for one, though. But, what's a good one that I had, I was using this video, and I could probably download it easily. That's not it. Where is it? The 11-second version of it. There we go. I fucking love that clip. More! Could always get a Stream Deck Mini. Maybe. I don't know. The problem is, I'm spending way too much money. I do not need a Stream Deck Mini. Let's see. In that case, yeah, deep-seated resentment. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting secondhand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? I almost said one woman. Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Wow! Dude gives no fucks about the courtroom. Spent over $3K making this setup. To be fair, I have spent a lot of money on my setup so far. My laptop was almost, or not laptop, my whole computer setup was very close to about $3,000, I think. I remember it costing multiple paychecks to buy it, but that was also when I was in my previous position, so I was earning less. Less is expensive, you ass, yeah. And then not to mention, I have a, what is it, like a $100 and something microphone, a $100 something audio interface, which are cheap. Those are not, those are cheap by professional comparisons. I have this sound thing here, which doesn't really work very well. I have my Elgato card, which is which I got cheap. That was like $80. And then, I mean, I have a Switch, which, you know, I had that before, but whatever. It is really nice to think back on my life like 2-3 years ago. Well, 2018 is when I got my job. So thinking back to my life 3 years ago and how much less stuff I had in my room in terms of, you know, quality of life, it is really nice to think of how far I've come, even though I'm not the biggest fan of my job anymore. Excuse me. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Or! Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. I used to have a chat feed on my stream, but first off, for a game that's all text like this, it's not really, it's going to muddy it up. And also, lately there's been an issue with Twitch regarding people coming into chats and saying shit. So we are going to be leaving that off for the time being. Also, there was a long period where no one would just ever say anything in my chat at all, so it was like pointless to have it on. And then I would get like bot spam, like wanna be famous, click this link. It's like, I don't want that showing up on my stream. Got my PC that would probably be close to 3K for 1.6 because it was a build for their YouTube channel and the build that they didn't use. Oh, wow, cool. I got, what did I get for a very good deal? The fursuit that I have not worn yet and still needs repair. I wore it at one convention, and that was it. I got it for about half of what you would pay for a full new one. Bitch, I'm already famous. Yes, sir. Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Or for tomorrow's stream, you might literally boil, but still. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord, I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Witness questioning your sanity. Oof, that is indeed a stab. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print into evidence, as please, Inspector. Crime scene has been photographed. Photographed the scene taken by a policeman just after the incident occurred. A large knife can be seen thrust into the victim's back. I looked the way you thrust, Cloud. Sorry, had to do that. That's very much a Vinny thing. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Also, that does not make sense. He has books, so he's clearly learning. There's no clear reason to stab someone. I guess. Look, they're making shit up. Don't worry about that noise. Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mrs. Sato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume is admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had happened. What's everyone's favorite food? Oh, man, I devour anything. I love sushi, but I also really like curry. Spicy Japanese curry. Okay, we read this yesterday, so I'm gonna not read it out loud. Gotta go with tacos? Yes, tacos are great too. A green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. Oh my, photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. There's a famous dish here. It's called sinigang, and it's actually sour soup with pork. Ooh, I like sweet and sour soup with ham in it. You'd be surprised how much foreign cuisine we have in America. We are truly a melting pot of well, let's just say gentrified versions of those dishes. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. Yes, it is. We said so. Olive Green, the victim in this case, who was found with a knife in her back. Luckily, the wound didn't prove fatal, but the woman remains unconscious in a hospital bed. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive Green, female, stout build, early 20s. Pave of Briar Road, East Side. Reporting officer, Rolly Beat. Victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from a single stab wound from a large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Large of a commonplace folding knife was found lodged in the victim's back. Japan was probably your favorite place to ever visit. Oh, you got to visit Japan? Lucky. I would love to go there someday. Japan and Italy are two places I'd really want to go to. It's deathly quiet here. Oh. Nothing to say, huh? The whip. No blood on it. Huh, that's interesting. Japan is scary? It's a foreign country. I mean, a lot of foreign countries seem scary to people until you're there. I'm sure it's a great place to visit when, you know, there's not a global pandemic going on, but any place is scary. You want scary, come to America. Living here is fucking life or death every day, let me tell you. I'm privileged. I'm extremely privileged with how I live my life right now. Most people don't have it so easy. And yet I still crave more, which is unfortunately just how America works. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them. The victim and the accused. America isn't scary, it's hell. Yeah, always carry at least a knife, Jesus. In other words, there is nobody else who could have possibly stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, Consul. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Is there anything I could just object to immediately? do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Yes, they're sure to find him guilty. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say? Well, light for London, you could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I might be the guy that becomes the drinking buddy with one who almost mugged me with a knife. I'm just weird like that. Don't... Word of advice, if anyone's pulling a knife on you, don't try to reason with them. I've read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you to appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day, I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Sasato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns me, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. Someone pulls a knife on me, bang bang, yeah. London, it's tolerable. In fact, no doubt lamented by the accused.
Hold it!
Hold it! How are you able to state with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah, yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. And we must hear their testimony. Prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. Florida's an SCP. Yeah, it is. Right now, it's a hellhole. I wouldn't go to Florida. My favorite SCP is the two cat statues that, if you look at one, like, it turns you into a cat statue. Very interesting. The prosecution will... Okay. But, wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. Florida is awesome. It's fun when you go to, like, the fun parts of it. I'm aware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. The prosecution believes there would have been an ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite, here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means they really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. You like the SCP that turns you into an animal? I don't know which SCP that is. What the fuck? Alright, that's not what I was looking for. I also like child SCP, you would adopt them. Okay. Why do you have a katana? Oh, it was Asogi's, Kazuma Asogi's katana. It was just kind of like a symbol of being a lawyer in Japan. Same with the armband. The armband has Kazuma's name in it. Yep, gift from a dead friend who died incredibly pointlessly. It sucks. That second... Let me tell you, when I finished that second case and I went offline, I was, like, thinking about it for a good long time, and I was like, wow, this is so depressing. This case was terrible. It was good, but, man, it was sad. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
of the blue, the victim was... Yeah, we read it already.
Hold it!
From behind, you say? Hey, wait, Mia didn't give Phoenix anything after she died. Except that clock. True. She gave Phoenix an entire law office, let's be honest. She left a note for Maya to do it up, and it was like, hey, Phoenix is gonna run this place from now on. That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. There's no blood, though. There would have been blood after that long. Also, there was no blood on the knife. Something's wrong here. And you said this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition. Comatose, no less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's being treated at Bart's. Simpson? I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. The force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. I hate to do this again. I have to go to the bathroom again. I have been drinking so much water the last 2 days that I've been going, like, constantly. One moment. Client has been exceedingly unlucky. Hey, that's mean. Yeah. It's already 3, yeah. 6 minutes to 3, and I've been streaming for 3 hours and 6 minutes. I am going to go for probably another whole hour still. Just to get close. If I could get to 4 a.m. today, that means that I'll have streamed 15 and a half hours, or 14 and a half hours this week. Just 30 minutes short of adding another stream to that. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to when we found the bloke to arrest. Oh, wait, what am I reading all this for? I read this already.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings, you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were, irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. Irreparably. The accused could have easily carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means... his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. That's a good one. I'm laughing at that one. You use the squish points to make me small. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? Sorry. On the other hand, he could carry all those books, 3 in one hand, but he still dropped the book. Yeah. That must be what happened, my lord. Yes. Those being a number of old books he just bought on his way. The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Closest secondhand bookshop to the accused's lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in the lodgings on the other side of Briar Road, at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the Inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the Inspector just made being bookshop's location, name, stock. Crucial detail in what you've just told the court, Inspector, is the location of the bookshop. I couldn't agree more. So where is it exactly? Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I just explained that! I got the map out and everything, used red blooming ink, and drew the bloke's wrote home on it for you. I distinctly remember you seeing you nod along, Counsel. Oh, yes, of course. I must have been so nervous I didn't take it in. Gives mushroom. Bleep, bleep, bleep. Nice. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. Fuck! Now the blunder of the day goes to me. Damn it. No, not yet. This trial's only just begun, after all. Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you look carefully through the court record at this stage. Yes, miss. At once, miss. Sorry I made a mistake, miss. Inspector, continue with your testimony, please. Bourbon Books.
Hold it!
Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes. Yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector.
Sir, my lord, whatever you say.
Can the man be any more sardonic?
He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop of which he apparently patronizes.
Your books? Oh, he went to a different shop.
I never actually examined this. Sum of 2 shillings tendered in the receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq. A meal for Gabarai, I guess. Canterbury yearnings.
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and details on the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand shop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that... well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would have almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't pass that location at all. Would that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that the Your Books is just here on the next corner of Mearsham Street going east. Local maps information has been updated. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously training to be a clown the way he regales us with such witticisms. I like clowns. I brought that up once this stream already. This is the second time I've mentioned clowns. To your future career in the circus. That is a... That's amazing. That's an amazing, screenshot right there. Grr, you put that glass down now or I'll put it down for you. I, didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and don't you suggest you try. What did I say? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What? What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. You must think. You must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on the way home from your books, but... The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking it back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But... yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seemed to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... I agree with Lord Van Zeeks. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... The members of the jury are completely convinced now. What are the odds that he'd be called to be the juror on this case, when he was already involved in another case? Very well, in that case I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
What the fuck, yo? It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You deserve queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. He's like, I gotta do this shit again. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Hold on a second, I gotta see something here. Alright, never mind. My foot's like really hot for some reason. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncas refusal to throw in his alley. Uncas. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you should explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Is that right? Sorry, I'm losing my mind. It is 3:12 in the morning. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it to himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it could only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes, nice shop, that. But bourbon books? Huh. Oh, not worth a visit. You did it, Goku. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard the inspector that we've heard from the inspector that the defendant had fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke. You could do it. The defense's rebuttal. Little Nipponese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he? That a woman in green collapsed before his eyes could only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up? I've got work to be doing.
Hold it!
Sorry? Hold it, you say? Hold what? No, what I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking up books in there all afternoon, and it would have to have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say. Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Oops. Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling, and that's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight.
This happened on Calabash Road? That's right, I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree, it's irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Ugh. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. Alright, time to pit. Flipped over that evening myself on Calabash Road. Knocked myself clean out, you know.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. Flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. Why, whatever do you mean, sir? Fucking pissed, what happened? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The book's receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. The man says he has no recollection of this journey. That's correct. It's raining, and you know what happened? I dropped your phone by accident. Oh. You're very unlucky. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we're all aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim. I haven't been talking because you're so interested. It is an interesting game. Actually, reading it out is kind of, like, distracting me, unfortunately. Who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. My... my goodness, you mean... You need to raise your luck stats, sour cream? Start taking some luck incense. That's right, I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Look at that. My goodness me. I'm sorry, you need a pee? I asked this to my god and they said, Lamau, fuck you, gives more bad luck. Gotta respec. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in green in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my. Idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming out there, we'd have been boxed us off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? It's a crime for the elderly to walk streets these days, Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, it's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. He cannot speak during these. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Phone didn't break. Well, see, there you go. That's not bad luck. That's good luck. Yes, my lord. Why, it could have been the old man in the green that saw the defense saw. I have to call not guilty. It's only right. I'm sorry about my overcoat setting a cat. Wait, what? Oh, shit. Good luck for more bad luck. You've changed 2 of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, there's 2 more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables here. Wish I knew how to do a Sasato takedown. I suppose words will have to suffice for now. Sorry about my overcoat setting a cat among the pigeons. I'm leaning to not guilty to make up for it.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. That's me squeaking. I can also do this. Have you ever been to a drive-thru before?
The large fries, the waffle, the cheese. Same to the windows.
Just confuse the hell out of your dog, I'm sorry. This'll probably... I have a dog clicker that I use to, like, make really loud, spikes on my audio whenever I need to, like, mark a spot when I'm recording. I got very cheap. It was like $1. You must be kidding me! Yes, why is that all true? But really, the only thing that makes sense is how we went along. I am losing it. Ugh, I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know? I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reasoning why he might have gone to the Calabash Roadway, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honestly, I would. If that was my button, that was more fun. A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer route home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion with that one.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume's room.
The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand? She's keeping up that charade? Ugh, this is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd be selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right, although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit such a crime as this? Oh my goodness me, yes! He's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. Look, you're still here, and you're still carrying on. That's all that matters. Don't worry. You're doing great.
Hold it!
Man's life is on the line, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. Nano machine, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Ah. Right, so you would never understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither I do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what he's doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're all after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn to dusk, it is. Dusk. Fuck. So you were out digging up roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right, Meerschaum Street it was. Meerschaum Street. On the map now, Rohodo, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Street and the Street Blonde set are different. No, yeah, no. That is proper. The day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are clearly at odds at one another. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you want? Juror number 5's words to us now are extremely significant. Let's take for a moment to consider the implication of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on that same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home
could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? You must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I could say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Well, that summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. Like jury number 5. The ayes 2, the noes 4, so the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Dude, come on, stop being a sore loser about this shit. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks? It seems I must retract my early remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Where's he pulling all these glasses out from? I don't know. It's Ace Attorney logic. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated. That's right. It took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my Lord Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, the distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. He is a sore loser. Is that true, is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. An old man. Oh man, you can talk. You say that around 5 o'clock on the day of question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I, can't say as I remember. You don't remember?
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah! Order, order. Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the examination? Can't. Oof. I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Ugh. My hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord? Ugh. Excuse me. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that we're eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zeeks brings out to the stand as his witness, no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end. Until this battle is over. Witnesses, please. Oh man, I am losing it. 10 more minutes, and I'm done. Witnesses, please state your name and occupation for the court. Constable Roy Beat, sir. Nothing to report in the street, sir. Rolly Beat. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. They are very young people. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, look at me on the Dracula. I break glass. I'm so rich. Nippon this, Nippon that. Blah, blah, blah. Nipponese. What? She kind of looks like that. Also, another blonde-haired girl. Wow. It's just nothing but blonde-haired girls in this world. A devoted London bobby who witnessed the incident whilst walking down the street with his wife of a year, Patricia, 23, 21. Wife of Constable Roy Beat, who has witnessed the incident. She's relatively recently married and fiercely proud of her policeman husband. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from the rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed a long time ago. But it goes without saying. 20 miles ain't nothing. That a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. You walk 20 miles at work, yeah. That's impressive. I would occasionally... there was a point where I was taking like a mile run every day, and I would get exhausted just after one. I'm also out of shape. and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Roy Beat, sir. Nothing to report in the streets, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. Doesn't look like he knows he's married. Doesn't look like he knows he's in court. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared in the fog out of the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then we went for help at the nearby police box. They look like siblings, oh god. It was definitely that Japanese man on the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day. Oh, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. An unfortunate be chancing, and on your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Sokiseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense? Commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. And this is probably where I'm gonna have to call it. I don't have the poor London policeman. I'm gonna definitely have to press them. I don't know if there's anything I can present really quickly. Clear as day, but two silhouettes appeared out of the fog.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes? That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. Prosecutor. That does sound exactly like the victim is pictured in the print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. And there was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. That's me right now. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir. As a cop who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. Blech. That is me and my girlfriend, though. We kind of do that same thing. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? Cooties.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. I'm sure you'll find someone special if you're into that. I know not everyone's into that, so don't worry. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough, and my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? The fog was... wait, what? Alright, whatever. Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe, but it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we could tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Well, yeah. It was the accused, and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. Cat-like eyes, oof, that is a rather racist thing to say. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? It's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem like Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they really saw. No, and Phoenix went drunk. Objection, Your Honor. The prosecutor is the prosecutist. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here, what were you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of that day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Ugh, why do I always seem to be so up against it? Alright, I cannot go any further. I'm conceding here. Get that double save in. Alright. Cool. Well, that's another one down in the books. We did pretty good here. Made some progress. And now with the extra time that I streamed, I have hit almost another extra stream to make up for not streaming yesterday. Just like 30 minutes short. Yeah, so, regarding that, stuff happening here, I want to finish this quick. First off, thanks to you both and anyone else who came by tonight. Thank you for the gift subs, Tam. I really appreciate that. I'm sure everyone who's just going to see the gift subs will as well. That is it for Great Ace Attorney Chronicles this week. Tomorrow, in about 12 hours, I will be back with a very brief card opening stream, and then I'll be building some Legos, a cool Lego set that I've been sitting on, and if there's still time after that, I might do a little more. Depends. In the meantime, though, if you want to watch more streams, check out twitch.tv/team/wildabandon. Plenty of people streaming there right now. My auto host will take you to one once I go offline. Also, again, check out the Vine Sauce charity stream benefiting the Pediatric Cancer Research Foundation at twitch.tv/varietyishope. They will be streaming all day tomorrow as well as Sunday. They're raising money for a good cause. I highly recommend going and throwing some money at their direction. At least, if you have the means to. But other than that, that's it. I'm not going to talk about future streams right now because it's kind of up in the air. Finishing this game, finishing Adventures at least, is going to be the first priority.
and then doing anything after that, we'll see where it goes. I'm just gonna let my auto host take it over tonight since we don't have a whole lot of people here. But yeah, thank you, Sour Cream. Oh wait, you have someone in mind, Swift Flame. Okay, I mean, we could raid them, I guess. It's no big deal. I would definitely don't mind taking a suggestion on it. So, I'll do that. Anyway, you all have a great evening. See you around. See you in, like, 12 hours for some fun stuff. You'll see. It'll be fun. Good night.